Who? Who they?
Fishermen.
They physically bite them?
Fishermen physically bite their head, like right where the brain stem is, and then they change color. And that's how you know they're dead. Yeah.
They become pink?
They become white.
Whoa.
Yeah, they just, when you see an octopus in the wild, have you ever seen how well they can camouflage themselves?
Yeah, totally.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Texture, everything. They can look exactly like whatever the fuck they're near, whether it's coral or rubble on the ground. They literally blend in. It's insane. It's amazing. But when you bite them, all that shit goes away.
Do you like meat?
Yes.
Do you have any like weird feelings about like an animal at a certain level of intelligence?
Yes.
Like octopus to me.
I don't want to eat a monkey.
Right. Well, a monkey's, yeah, that's very intense.
Yeah. See, watch.
Oh, shit.
He's going to bite the octopus. So this guy caught this octopus and he's going to bite it. See where he bites it? And then the thing immediately goes.
Whoa.
He bites it like right where the eyeballs are. And then it immediately dies.
This is the system by which you get octopus at a restaurant? Is just some guy biting the brainstem of an octopus?
I do not know, but I think this is just individuals that are sport fishing. They're doing it for food. They're just getting that octopus are delicious.
They're smart,
though,
aren't they?
Too smart. For
Yeah.
me. It bothers me.
I feel like you're eating an alien.
I feel like I might stop eating octopus. There's animals that are really pigs are really fucking smart.
Right, pigs are smart.
They're really smart.
You're right. That's where it starts to get weird because
it gets weird. So are crows.
Crows will bring you gifts, and they'll warn you that the cops are coming.
There's this guy. He found this crow. It was in the water. Might have been a guy. Might have been a woman. I'm not sure. But anyway, there was some TikTok video about it. And this person found this crow, picked it up with a paddle. It was in the water, like drowning. Put it in the boat. And then took it home and nursed it back to health. And then the crow would just hang out with her. And
yeah, they're like
they
loyal.
Were petting the crow with a brush. And she put the brush back on the shelf. Then the crow flew over the shelf, grabbed the brush, brought it back, and said, no, keep petting me.
There's
really, it's really cool.
There's like a whole mechanism on how to get the crow to like you, too.
Really?
You start doing a certain, I think it's leaving it gifts, and then it will go, oh, this person gives gifts. Then it will start bringing you gifts. And then if you keep going, it will start attacking your enemies.
Yes.
Your neighbors will come over and be like, what's up, Joe? And then the crow will come down and attack.
Yeah, this guy, Dan Flores, who was on the podcast before, had essentially trained a crow by leaving it food every day, and he would go on a walk with his dog, and the crow would hang out with them.
Would it fly? It would fly next to him? Or?
Oh yeah, fly
cool.
right next to him and hang out with them, and plop down, and it would go looking for him. Liked him. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy, and with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing. Just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
I had a friend who was a falconer. Do you know about these guys?
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. Do you know how they catch them? It's crazy.
No.
Well, basically, they catch them in the wild. They like leave some food out and they catch them with a trap in the wild. But then they take them home. This blew my mind. They take them home and they put them in a dark room for like multiple days. Whoa. And they walk into the dark room with one of those weird gauntlets or whatever that are made by the same people that make my boots. And they have just meat on their hand and they just sit there for hours in a dark room with an owl or a hawk or whatever. And over the course of a week, the bird will get closer and closer and then start nibbling and then start eating, and at that point it's yours, and now it's your falcon.
Whoa.
Isn't that crazy?
So it just rewires their brain?
Yeah, to be like, this guy's got the food, so now when he lets me go to hunt for the rat or whatever, I'll come back to the gauntlet.
Look at this crazy trap they use to get him.
Huh.
And every falcon that a falconer has is captured in the wild.
Really?
They're not like bred or whatever.
bred.
They just capture them, and then they do this weird thing where they train them, and then they let them go after a few years of service.
When I was in Scotland, there was this lady who was, she trained a variety of birds, but she trained owls and falcons. And so she had a falcon there, and she said the problem with the falcon is when they let it go, it just fucks things up. It just finds another bird and kills it. Like every time she lets it go, it finds something and kills it.
It's just like it's violent.
Oh, it's the worst. It's a monster.
Right.
It's just a killing machine. It doesn't matter if it's hungry or not. It's just flying around looking to fuck things up. She said the owl is the second dumbest bird in the wild.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
How did they get the wise thing?
Someone is got a good PR agent, and they just they got ahead of it.
Owl, baby, it's me.
Owls are dumb. She said owls are dumb. She said the really smart ones are like falcons are very smart. Crows are the smartest. But the only thing dumber than an owl is emus. Emus are dumber.
They're so big, you'd think that they would have big brains.
And they don't have to be.
Right.
They just shut the fuck up. Give me the food.
Right.
They're so big.
They are freaks. I would say freaks of nature. They shouldn't exist. The emu. Have you eaten emu?
No. Have you?
No, but I think people do.
People eat it. They eat ostrich. I've had ostrich at Fuddruckers.
At Fuddruckers, they have ostrich?
Fuddruckers used to serve an ostrich burger. It was really good.
It was good.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
What's the best game?
I think elk. I think elk is the most delicious. That's my favorite.
Yes.
But there's a lot of really good ones. Axis deer, which are very prevalent here in Texas. They're from India. They're really delicious. Yeah, but bison's very delicious. But they're very lean. Like if you're going to eat just those things, you got to make sure you get an adequate amount of fats along with them.
You eat moose?
I eat moose.
What's up with moose?
Moose
Good?
is delicious. Yeah, moose is delicious.
Seems greasy.
No, not at all. No, not even a little.
What's the worst
No, they're
game?
very lean. You get a funky pig. You get a wild pig.
I've met one of those in my life.
I shot a wild pig that was kind of funky. A javelina. That one was odd. I ate a javelina.
When you kill an animal, do you feel bad?
I don't feel good. I feel good that it's successful, but you don't feel good when you look down at the dead animal.
It's
but
like a guilty thrill kind of?
Well, you're thankful.
Right.
You're thankful that, I mean, it's a very different connection with food when you've been there and harvest it and when you actually go into the wild. So it's one thing if you have a farm and you raise a cow and you kill the cow and you eat the cow. You have a connection with that food that's very different than me who just goes to a supermarket and buys a steak.
Right.
It's another level of that when you're going into the woods with a bow and arrow and you're climbing mountains and you're going 8-10 miles a day. And
it's like you swoop into their universe.
100%.
It's like you walk through the portal into their universe and just blip them out of it.
And I'm not the only one there. And that's when it gets scary.
You mean there's other predators.
Lions,
right.
You know, you meet bears out there. There's real shit out there.
Right.
That is capable of killing a deer with its face.
Right. And, and a hunter from behind.
Yes. And a hunter from behind. And a stealthy hunter that you're not going to hear until it's too late.
Have you ever felt that?
I've seen them. I've never been stalked by one. The biggest one I ever saw was actually inside of a car. I saw inside like 2 years ago. I was with my friend Colton, and he goes, "Look at the cat." He stops the truck, and it's at dusk, like right when the sunlight's going down, and I see these glowing eyes under a tree, and we're about 30 yards away from it, and I have binoculars. So I put up my binoculars to look at it up close. It was fucking terrifying.
Mountain lion.
Huge one.
Yeah.
A huge male, like 170 plus pounds. Just massive muscles. The muscles were so impressive. Like its forearms were huge.
They're so scary because they don't attack you until you're not looking, too. So you'll never know. They'll just be on top of you.
Yeah.
You think you could fight one off?
No.
I'd be done for. You would. You got muscles. You could like.
Nope.
You scream and yell.
Dude, I could barely fight off a house cat. A regular house cat will probably fuck me up if it's motivated.
Dude, I got a German Shepherd.
Those are great dogs.
Well,
they need a lot of work though.
Listen, I was like, I don't know if you've noticed the last few years things have gotten a little bit weird. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, I'm on the road a lot. I know what I'll do. I'll get a German Shepherd and it'll protect my family. Mm-hmm. But then I entered into a negotiation with Natasha because she didn't want like a hardcore one. So what we ended up getting was this giant fucking bitch. I mean, it's just such a little like clown. It's like the DoorDash people come and they're wearing a ski mask. It'll be like, well, Enchanté, right this way. Come on in. Like,
oh no.
So I have all of the work of a German Shepherd with none of the
Is it a male or a female?
It's a male.
Is it fixed?
Yes.
There you go.
That's my problem.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Yeah,
damn, I should have kept those balls. I didn't do it.
Especially when they're young. If you get them real young and they're fixed. I had a dog that was fixed when he was a baby, somehow or another. Like, we got him. I got him from someone else, and when I got him, it was like, oh, he's already fixed. He's so young. It was too young. And he was kind of fucked. It fucked his development up. He had no testosterone as he was growing, which is just not good for a male dog. There's a lot of arguments that it's irresponsible to let your dog have a bunch of puppies, and then, so if you're letting your dog out and your dog is fucking other dogs and getting them pregnant, that's irresponsible. But my dog's not fixed, and he doesn't go out. If he interacts with dogs, it's my friend's dogs. We play in the yard. I take him for walks. He doesn't get loose to go fuck a dog. It's not irresponsible.
Does he ever get to fuck?
He's never fucked.
Oh, no. That's cruel in a different way.
I'm afraid he would find out about it, and then he would never shut the fuck up. Like, Dad, where's the girl? Where's the bitches, literally?
I don't know if you know. This has been great. Yeah. Do you know about this sex stuff?
This is my favorite thing, and I didn't even know about it until now, and I'm 7.
That's funny. That's a different kind of meanness, though. You let it keep the balls, but you keep it from ever having sex.
Well, they can't not come, and if they're having sex, the girl can get pregnant.
Right.
It's not like humans where it's funsies.
Right.
There's no funsies in the animal world.
Yeah.
That's why deer only have sex once a year.
We need to. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, they have multiple times in this one time period in a year, but it's called the rut.
We should make a dog condom.
It's not going to work.
No, we should put it on. If you love your dog and you want it to get laid,
well,
slip
you
it
can
on.
give your dog birth control, I guess.
Really?
But that would probably fuck the female dog up. It fucks women up.
Right.
Birth control's terrible for women. They've been telling women to take birth control forever. Birth control does all sorts of wacky things to the way you perceive people. I have a friend and his daughter died. She had a stroke because she had a blood clot that is apparently one of the side effects of smoking cigarettes and taking birth control. It's possible to have that happen. And she died that way. She was like 17 years old. It's like, it's a tricky medication. I mean, it's great that women got their liberation sexually, and that every time you had sex, it wasn't like you're going to have a baby, that you could choose when to do it, when not to do it. But
that'll fuck your perception up too, having a kid at 16.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, there's arguments for both sides of it, and they put some girls on birth control for their acne, to control acne.
I've heard about that.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not saying that birth control is entirely bad. But if you're a woman and you have to take this thing in order to not get pregnant, and the guy doesn't have to do shit, like the guy, like if a guy had to take, if a birth control pill was invented for a guy, and I think they did come up with one, but it radically lowers your testosterone.
Oh, it'll be like my dog.
Yeah.
It'll just be like a really sweet little bitch.
Yeah, it probably kills your sperm cells. It's probably the only way it would work.
Yeah.
So the way to kill your sperm cells would be either to ramp up your endogenous testosterone to where your body doesn't produce testosterone anymore, so you don't produce sperm cells, or you could kill the sperm cells, kill the testosterone, and kill everything. Turn you into just a feeble version of yourself.
Well, that's why
tired all the time.
That's what I came on this podcast to talk about, is mandated vasectomies for teenagers and teenage boys, and I think this will go over really well.
Yeah, as long as you can reverse it.
Are we the ones that can be reversed, or
yeah, we could be reversed?
We're good. Women not
women
good.
Cannot. Obviously, women get their uteruses removed.
Right.
With a dude, they can reverse it, but it's not 100%.
Right. Right.
You might have to do it a couple of times to make it stick.
People are getting into that now. Mm-hmm. Vasectomies are having a moment right now.
Ari got one of them.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, good for him. I get that. If you're gonna be single and you don't want kids, like why
I think
not?
Stanhope did it too. Yeah.
That's like a psychic permanent condom, and with no condoms.
Yeah, and then you don't. If you have a wife, she doesn't worry about birth control anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not. That would terrify me.
Yeah, it's a tricky operation. It's a dick operation. Anytime you're operating on your nether regions, you're like, what What?
I mean, it does sound like a terrifying proposition.
Put you under and operate on your balls.
And then you wake up and they've castrated you and they go, things went a little bit wrong.
Yeah, I went sideways.
Unfortunately, you don't have balls.
The doctor had a psychotic break and just started chopping.
Well, you know about that story of the guy who amputated the wrong limb? Because apparently they write in Sharpie on your limb like this one, this one off, and then he did the wrong one.
Christ.
It's funny, you remember that it's just a person up there.
I know a guy whose wife had the wrong kidney removed.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a death sentence.
Yeah, I don't. It's just like, what the fuck did you just do? And the doctor did not want to admit fault. It's the whole story's so crazy.
Was the kidney that
the doctor didn't want to apologize?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, kidney that remained was fucked.
It was a bad kidney.
Yeah, that was the one they were supposed to take out. They took out the good one.
Would you ever donate a kidney?
Yeah. Yeah, I would, to save someone's life. Yeah. I know people that have done it.
Yeah, it sounds really intense. I would be.
Apparently, you can survive on one kidney. The liver is the craziest one. We were just talking about that the other day. If you donate half your liver to me, if you and I have the same blood type, within 6 to 8 weeks, your liver will have returned to full size, and my liver that you gave me will be full size as well.
It feels like they could cure liver cancer by just doing elective half a liver in a lab growth, and then we just.
Well, they're going to eventually be able to do that, I would imagine. They're already looking into some sort of reconstruction of organs, like to be able to create a completely new heart that's made out of your own tissue so that your body doesn't reject it.
Yeah.
You know, because your body rejects other people's tissue. So if you gave me a heart, I would have to take the crazy medication to make sure that my body didn't reject that heart.
Have you heard that? There's that documentary about that guy that was putting artificial tracheas in people. Oh, this is good or bad. It's horrifying. It was this like genius doctor that was putting in these plastic. He had this like breakthrough that you could just replace a trachea with a plastic tracheal tube and bathe it in stem cells, and it would eventually meld into your body's DNA tissue and just become a part of your body. But he was making it up. It did not work one time.
Oh no.
But he was just like flying around the world, this like medical like master. They're going, this genius, the genius of our time, winning like Nobel Prizes and stuff, and just people were dying left and right because they were just putting a fucking tube into people's throat instead of a trachea.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How many did he do before they got him?
It was like a half a dozen or something like that. Yeah, it was really gnarly.
So he's just an insane person.
In this weird way. I mean, it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. He was a genius, but he was like he'd become a mad genius where he just
blew a fuse.
He blew a fuse, yeah, and he thought, I have an idea. There's no way my idea won't work if I just do it enough times. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Macaroni. And simultaneously he was hustling a woman like he was pretending to be married to a journalist in America, and then he was already married in Italy. So he was like kind of had two different madman thing going on at once.
He's a wild dude.
Yeah.
Swedish appeal court convicted Macaroni on Wednesday and sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison. That's it?
That's pretty crazy. Yeah,
Sweden.
Once there's a wall up where you're a medical professional, I guess there is a little bit of an arm's length. I mean, these people did know they were doing an experimental surgery and that they could die, I guess, but they didn't know that it definitely wouldn't work.
But they obviously decided that he did something wrong. They put him in jail for 2.5 years.
Yeah, this guy was a wild one.
Jesus Christ.
Compulsive liar, spinning wild stories and manipulating a woman who became his fiancée.
The appeal court ruled that 2 of the 3 patients who died did not require emergency intervention. Oh my God.
That was the part I forgot.
My God.
It kept failing. This is the most fucked up part, Joe. It kept failing on sick people that needed new tracheas. So he was like, what I need to do is find a relatively healthy person that has a tracheal issue, like a collapsed trachea or something, where they're still like walking through the world with relative health, like the oyster guy. And I'll put it in them, and that will prove that the thing works.
Oh my God, what a psycho! Is
there
that him?
Yeah,
he
that's
looks
him.
like a psycho. It looks like George Clooney if he got really fat and did a lot of opium. What a psycho!
Yeah, it's crazy.
To do it on relatively healthy people just to prove that it works,
and it completely did not. So he literally went on a worldwide quest to find somebody with like a fucked up trachea, but that wasn't sick, and found someone like that, and it was like cosmetic for her. And she's like, I'm tired of talking like this, and I have to have like a scarf on, and okay, I'll do it.
She didn't like the way her trachea looked?
No, I think she like talked weird, and she had issues for sure.
Okay.
But it was not life or death.
Oh, my God.
Anyway.
There's some psychos out there, man, and some of them happen to be doctors.
Yeah.
Just because someone went to medical school doesn't mean they're not crazy.
No, I listened to that Dr. Death podcast. Do you ever hear that?
No.
It's about a guy who was like, he was a neurosurgeon, and he was just like, it wasn't clear if he was like Dr. Mengele, like wanted to kill people, or if he was just like a stupid person that was just like slashing in people's bodies. Like, it wasn't clear what he was doing, but it looked like when he would open someone up, he had no idea what he was doing. I mean, he just was like stapling a artery to a bone. He just like, and
just for fun?
Nobody really knows.
But he was a real surgeon.
He was a real neurosurgeon. And until I heard that podcast, it would have never occurred to me to go to a surgeon and then look him up. I'm sure you are savvy enough to do that, but I would have just been like, you're a doctor. You must know things. Okay, open up my brainstem and get in there.
Yeah, the first time I got surgery, I had no idea anything about the doctor's credentials, and I don't know anything about him now. I don't even remember his name. He put me under and opened me up and drilled holes in my bones. And
yeah, now I heard that I would always Google. I would go deeper.
Yeah, man, you can't be fucking entirely sure that someone's not out of their mind.
Well, there's certain professions like that where you assume their degree is the thing that makes them competent, but you forget that it's just a person.
Here's the guy. It says, of the 37 patients Dunched, how do you say it? Dunched?
Oh, Dunched. Yeah, David Dunched.
Dunched operated on in Dallas over about 2 years. 33 were hurt or harmed in the process. 33 out of 37.
That is a bad
4 people
record.
skated clean. Some people woke up paralyzed. Others emerged from anesthesia to permanent pain and nerve damage. 2 patients died, one from significant blood loss after the operation, and the other from a stroke caused by a cut vertebral artery. Wow.
Yeah, he was just slashing. He was in there just like mashing it up, kind of like preschool style.
Look at this one. One patient, a childhood friend of Dunched, went in for a spinal operation with someone he trusted and woke up a quadriplegic after the doctor damaged his vertebral artery. Whew.
That was his like childhood best friend.
Oh my God. Turn him into a quadriplegic. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's psychos out there, man. Is that him?
No,
that's the guy that plays him in the TV show? Yeah.
That's Josh Jackson from...
Let's get a real photo of this boy.
There was another
up here.
Dr. Death. There was a guy who created execution machines. There was a documentary about him. It's a crazy documentary because at the end he kind of gets hoodwinked into becoming a Holocaust denier.
Oh, I know about this guy.
Yeah.
I keep tabs on all of them.
Yeah, I think he's gone now, but I think at the end of his life, like he was somehow or another brought to Auschwitz or one of the other concentration camps.
I remember this guy. Yes,
and he said that this could not have been
it's impossible that Zyklon B could have. Yeah, I saw this documentary.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Errol Morris film. Yeah, I remember this guy.
So what was his assertion? He claims he was invited to other American prisons, inspected design modifications to electric chairs, possessed no relevant formal training or education, and claims that he was told that those who did possess such qualifications would not provide advice due to their opinions on death penalty, fear of reprisals, or that they were squeamish about the subject. So he was, what was he? What was his background? Just could you let it hear it? So his career continued with other state prisons seeking his advice on execution facilities other than electrocution, such as gas chambers, hanging, and lethal injection. How do you say his name? Luchter initially professed his ignorance of other methods of execution. The authorities seeking his advice reminded him that others with more qualifications refused to help. Luchter claims to have taught himself on these other methods of execution and provided advice that was used by the authorities to improve safety and efficiency. So as Fall claimed when Luchter claimed to have been sought as a witness for the defense for Ernest Zundel one of the Nazis, right, in Canada for spreading false news by publishing and sending material denying Holocaust overseas. Luchter was asked by the defense to travel to Poland to visit out, maybe that guy wasn't a Nazi. Maybe he was like a Holocaust denier. Ernst Zundel So what is the trial? Spreading false news. So he's just been accused of spreading false news by publishing and sending material denying the Holocaust. So he's being tried for that. And Luchter was asked by the defense to travel to Poland to visit Auschwitz to investigate whether there had been operating gas chambers for executions at the camp. So at first examination, Luchter felt that using poison gas in a building with the internal and external design of the buildings currently on display at the site would have caused the death of everyone in the area outside the buildings as well as inside. The film shows videotape footage taken in Poland of Luchter taking samples of bricks in the buildings to take back to the United States forensic science labs to determine whether there was evidence of poison gas in the material. These samples were not identified as to where they came from. Luchter states that the laboratories reported that there was not any trace of any poison gas at any time.
Right, I remember this.
Yeah,
now.
After his conclusions were disproven and negativity publicity ensued, Luchter lost his work as a consultant to American prisons. So his conclusions were disproven, so they must have found gas. Look, there's a lot of evidence that those were gas chambers. Like, that's a crazy thing.
I think I remember that this documentary, because he starts saying these things, it's very similar to like social media clout. He starts saying these things and everybody starts to, in the Holocaust denial community, starts like bigging him up and going like, this is our guy. And he gets more ideological as a result of it.
Yeah, and this is he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. This is this is one of the answers. It says, it's all a question of concentration. Once the gas is released into the atmosphere, its concentration decreases and is no longer dangerous. Also, HCN dissipates quickly. The execution gas chambers in U.S. prisons were also ventilated directly into the atmosphere. So it just dissipates. Furthermore, the argument would hold for the extermination chambers. It would hold for the delousing chambers as well, and one would have to conclude that no delousing chambers existed either. So it's just he doesn't understand how it dissipates. So there's probably no trace because there's no trace left. You know, we're talking about he's doing this 70 years later.
I mean,
it was.
I think that's what I think that's what the documentary was about. Was that this guy quickly got in over his head. The minute he said one thing, they were all like, "We love you," and he became this kind of figurehead of that movement.
Expert.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
people saying that they know stuff, which is sort of the disease of our time.
So that's the other Dr. Death. They can have a duel of douchebags. I think the guy with the surgeon's going to win. He seems more evil. The other guy seems to like ego got a hold of him or just stupidity.
The Errol Morris guy. Yeah, I mean, it is a wild thing out there to think of going under the knife and then waking up and realizing that you heard about this? There was a lab, I believe, I can't remember which hospital, where the women were going in for fertility treatment.
Yes.
And they were not being given OxyContin, they were being given saline. And they would be under general. They would be under general anesthesia, so they couldn't stop it. So they were doing basically surgery, but you were paralyzed because you're under general anesthetic.
But you feel the pain.
So you feel the pain the entire time. And they found out why. Is because there was a drug addict who was in charge of dispensing the OxyContin, who was just like taking it and being like, that's mine. Or it's fentanyl.
God.
It was fentanyl.
Oh, my God.
And she was just like dripping the fentanyl into her bag and taking it home.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, my God. Jeez.
That's a rough one. And then they would come up and they would say,
fucking evil people in this world.
They would say, oh, I felt so much pain. And they would go, no, you're fine. It's like, no, I think I just went under general surgery with absolutely no painkiller at all, but I was paralyzed.
Oh, my God.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. Well, imagine when they used to do it when you weren't paralyzed.
Oh, they put a piece of leather in your mouth and just take your limb off?
Saw your leg off.
Yeah. Dances with Wolves style. They would give you ethyl alcohol, right?
They would give you booze. They'd give you whatever the fuck they could give you.
Yeah.
It's not going to help. What do you think the garlic and the vampire connection is?
Garlic and vampires?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where'd that one come from?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Isn't garlic a very potent antibacterial? Like, don't they say to take garlic if you have stomach flus? I think that's one of those homeopathic solutions that people say take garlic if you're sick.
But why vampires?
Maybe vampires are connected to the idea of what a vampire is not knowing what happens to people when they get sick, not knowing what happens to people when they get a plague, blaming it on someone else, blaming it on someone evil. blaming it on a curse, blaming it on someone who came back from the dead. And why does someone have, anemia? Why is someone losing all their blood? You could blame that on a vampire.
Yeah, I guess if you were extremely ill, it would seem like, but you're still walking through the world, it would seem like you had been possessed on some level.
Well, I've said that about people that get addicted to drugs. I've met people and they weren't addicted to drugs and they got addicted to drugs. It's like, oh my God, it's like that person got bit by a vampire.
Totally. Yeah, I think about that a lot, not the vampire thing, but about people who, and I was on that road, by the way. That was going to be my life. But people who decided to get high instead of do anything else. Like, it's like my life will just be getting high and that'll be it.
Yeah, and well, there's certain ones, the ones that get physically addictive, they're terrifying.
Yeah.
The oxys, the cocaine, like that kind of shit, where you're physically drawn to it, you need it to get well. The heroin people that need it, they're sick. And they need it to get well. That is wild stuff.
Meth does this even scarier thing, which is that it lowers your brain's ability to create its own what's the word for
serotonin?
Serotonin. And so meth becomes this like sort of cyclical trap where you can't actually. It's not just that you want to get high. Your brain can't make you happy without it, and it takes like a long time to rewire your brain in that particular way.
Wow.
Heroin's the one that everybody overdoses from. And meth is the one that people kind of go mad from slowly because their brains get weirdly atrophied in that way.
One of my friends from the pool hall was a crack addict. And he would go get crack, and then he would have to come down by drinking 40 ounces.
Okay.
So he would get so fucked up. He was always trying to, I took him a couple times to like bad neighborhoods so he could cop. But then we'd always have to go to a liquor store, and he would get like a 40 ounce.
Of what?
Old English, something like that.
You were a 40 guy?
Well, I've drank them. They're fucking crazy strong. Like if
That's
you want to
kinda
make
all I
sure that
drank.
people never have any ambition and don't leave,
Which is probably what they do.
is exactly what I would do if I was evil.
I used to, the way I would choose what alcohol I would drink is like if a gangster rapper rapped about it, I would drink it. So gin and juice. Old English. St. Ides. That was my drink of choice. St. Ides. Mickey's was for white boys. I didn't mess with that. St. Ides for the real brothers in the room. And Carlo Rossi, because E40 had a song called Top of the Line Wine, Carlos Rossi. And then Mad Dog 2020 and Cisco. Those were the things that I drank.
Mad Dog 2020 is always a popular one.
Sure.
Yeah.
For the youth of tomorrow.
Yeah, they're fucking strong, man. And Johnny used to drink them. He used to down them when he was like his eyes was all wild. He would be sweating, But he was also a genius. He was a guy that could do complex math in his head. Well, you could say to him, like just throw a bunch of numbers. 400. You could have a calculator there. 400 divided by 6 minus 10 plus 500. Minus, you could keep going.
Yeah.
And he would go 4, 6, 2.
It's crazy.
It was weird.
And he'd go smoke crack after that.
Yep.
That's wild.
Genius pool player too. Like one of the best pool players I've ever seen in my life. Like professional level pool player.
I feel like I spent my youth with people like that. Like I got sober at 15.
Wow.
Do you know that? I've been sober since I was 15.
Wow.
I went to rehab for the first time when I was 13.
Holy shit.
And then finally got sober at 15. In a young people's meeting, asking for help, and everybody in the room was 5 to 10 years older than me. In a young people's meeting.
Wow.
And that was like the beginning of my kind of life.
Holy shit. Were you a latchkey kid?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you just got let out and you were just out on the streets listening to rap, drinking 40s.
I was a latchkey kid, and my mother, Oakland Public Schools, my mom was deaf. My dad was deaf too, and he was like a sort of born again Hasidic Jew. Like when my parents split, my dad got like super religious. We come from crazy. I mean, like a hardcore version of. It's not like it's like you see Unorthodox.
No.
It's a show on Netflix. It's about a really hardcore sect. That's the sect that
Is it a documentary series?
It's a show.
Oh, it's a show.
It's a scripted show about the sect of Hasidic Judaism called the Satmars, and that's the world that my family was from. My stepmother was Satmar, and my family came from a town called New Square, New York. Do you know anything about that?
No.
New Square is really interesting. It's like a village up above Muncie, which is already an unbelievably ultra-Orthodox place. But Muncie is nothing compared to Square. Square is like women don't drive in New Square, New York.
Whoa.
This is New York City. I got cousins that have Eastern European accents, and they are third-generation American.
Which borough is this?
Well, my family lived, Muncie's in upstate New York, and my family lived in Brooklyn, in Seagate. Do you know where Seagate is? It's like past Coney Island, at the tip of Brooklyn.
Right.
And that was a Satmar neighborhood. And kids in that neighborhood, we used to play dodgeball games where it would be the ultra-Orthodox kids versus the actually religious kids. Like, that's how intense things were. Like, an ultra-Orthodox person that you looked at and went, wow, that's a real Jew right there. We were basically the Gentiles of the community.
Holy shit.
It was crazy. And I would be 9 months a year in Oakland, regular public school, listening to Too Short, fly back to my dad's house, get driven to the Orthodox barber shop. They'd put a yarmulke on me, slacks, and I would go cosplay as an extra from Fiddler on the Roof for 6 weeks a year.
Wow.
So that was the but before rehab. And that's sort of, I think that's the reason that I fell into the rehab so heavily, into the drugs so heavily, is because everything about me made me feel like I am, I don't fit. I don't fit. I'm a hearing person in a deaf world. I'm essentially a Gentile in a Jewish world. You know,
it's so crazy that you were considered a Gentile.
I mean, they didn't really consider me,
but you were not as religious
effectively.
as them.
Might as well have been.
Wrong with you,
dude. There was a local rabbi when I was getting close to my bar mitzvah, and he goes, he noticed, he was very nice, and he noticed that I didn't know Hebrew. These kids spoke, and I'm not kidding, these kids spoke Yiddish as a first language. That's why they had the Eastern European accent, right?
Wow.
So my uncle, he was first generation American, so he sounds like an American because the first generation of Americans say, go fit in, right? But then by the time he had kids, they're like feeling their comfort in the United States, and they go, don't go fit in, go to a seminary where we learn Yiddish. So my cousins sound like extras from Dr. Zhivago, and my uncle sounds like a New Yorker. Like, it's that weird. So they speak Yiddish as a first language. I would bring an English prayer book to school, and people would be like staring like it was a scarlet letter, like there's something wrong with me because I had an English book.
Because you couldn't speak it in Hebrew.
Because I didn't know Hebrew.
Wow.
So it's getting towards my bar mitzvah, right? It's my 12th year or 11th year, and I don't know the alphabet. And this rabbi sees that I'm struggling. And my dad was deaf, and so he had this kind of like bizarre relationship with the community where he was like one part accepted, one part almost mascot in a way that was a little insulting, but he was loved, whatever. The rabbi said, give him to me and I'll teach him Hebrew, right? This is like the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. So you could, at that time, ask for some alone time with a child and they'd be handed over, no questions asked, right? So I go to his house and he starts teaching me the Hebrew, the alphabet, basic, elemental. I mean, like, this is like a Talmudic scholar teaching me the ABCs, right? And I'm struggling. I like can't get it. And he goes, don't worry. He goes, Don't be embarrassed. Hold on. Shmuley, come. And his son comes into the room and he goes, do the English alphabet. This is an American kid. He goes, do the English alphabet. And the kid goes, oh no. A, B, G, and then the rabbi slaps me on the back and he goes, see, he is stupid in English, you are stupid in Hebrew, everybody's stupid. That was the energy. What a sweetheart, right?
That's a good way to approach it.
Yeah, it was like he was willing to humiliate his eldest son to teach me to love learning.
That is funny though, the kid doesn't know the English alphabet.
It was, wow. I'm sure eventually he got it, but this was maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, there's communities in this country that exist generation after generation where they only speak one language.
No, it's like they made Wakanda in Brooklyn. That was like the vibe, you know? And I was in multiple Wakandas, too. I was born into, like, the deaf Wakanda, where, imagine that. You're being born the enemy. But I'm a member of the deaf community. And I think every deaf person would say that I like belong. But I also was the enemy. I was the hearing. And so
Then why do they think of the hearing as the enemy?
Well, that is a complicated question. And it's because there has been a lot of enforced oppression on the deaf community from the outside. The story of sign language is really fascinating. 300 years ago, there was no sign language. There was only the kind of sign, if you were born, 90% of deaf people are born into a hearing family, right? That's just the way genetics works. Like, most of the time you don't have deaf family members. And if you were born 350 years ago into one of those families, you just didn't have language. You weren't given the gift of language, which is the thing. I mean, think about how much language plays into your own life, Joe. Like, speaking and everything you know, every thought process you have is mashed through the filter of language. Yeah. And in that situation, you'd be born into a family and you had zero language. You would have like a gesturing system that you'd created with your dad to be able to say, like, pass the potatoes, and that was it.
You couldn't say how you feel. You couldn't say what you wanted to do.
You couldn't even think about how you. I mean, you could think. I don't know. I mean, I've never experienced that, but language is the thing that unlocks reason. It's the thing that unlocks culture, and people were stymied from that. But if you were born lucky enough to have genetic deafness in your family, so that you and your sibling were both deaf, then the two of you sitting together could create language, a language of two, right? You would back and forth between two siblings create a family sign system that would enable the both of you learning from one another to create a language and enable you to reason and think and talk about how you feel, even if it was just with one person.
Communicate with the outside world.
But at least you could communicate with yourself and with one other person. I mean, the difference between an isolated deaf person and a pair of siblings is the world. It's freedom. It's everything. Right. So one day, a French priest walks along and sees two deaf sisters signing back and forth to one another. And he goes, that's language. Prior to that, deaf people weren't even considered to be linguistic. They weren't even considered to be capable of reason. But he goes, no, I know what that is. I'm looking at language. So he goes to these sisters. His name is the Abbé de Épée. And he says, teach me to sign. Somehow he tells them, like, teach me, he gestures to them, teach me to sign. They teach him to sign. And his thing was he wanted them to take the catechism, right? That he wanted them to be able to go to heaven. He realized, deaf people are linguistically capable, but they can't get into heaven unless they can take the catechism and confess their faith and take communion, right? Which, makes sense. If there is a God, that God wouldn't allow them into heaven based on the fact that they couldn't speak. He's like, my hands are tied here, bud. So
you have to say it.
So they teach him. And he teaches them back French. And then he starts to gather the deaf people from around the world, from around France, and he creates the first school for the deaf. Right?
He teaches them French in sign.
In sign, that's right.
Whoa.
Because sign language and spoken language are not the same. A lot of people think that, right? That like I speak American Sign Language, but people think, it's a translation of English. It's not. It's its complete own language, right? So...
Oh, I did not know that.
So much so that the way that he would fundraise for this school is he would do like a traveling road show where he would take his star pupils around France and around Europe, and they would be at an exhibition hall. And a person in the audience would ask a question. He would say, "Oh, Joe, do you have a question for the deaf person?" And then you'd ask them some French question like, what degree of suffering can be borne by man, or how many creams is too many creams for a brie, or whatever. And he would take your question, sign it to his star pupils, and they would take a piece of chalk, walk up to the blackboard, and write the answer in perfect French. And people lost their fucking minds. They couldn't believe it. Deaf people, oh my God, it unlocked this whole conception of the deaf as they can think, they can reason. All they need is language to be free, right? So this whole network of deaf schools for the deaf started to spring up. They sprung up all over Europe, and they would copy the teaching methods of the school for the deaf, and a guy from America came over, right? And he saw this system, and he basically took their star pupil. And one of the things was the deaf would teach each other. So you would teach them sign, and then they would become educated, and then they would become a professor at this school. And he took the star professor, Laurent Clerc was his name. Thomas Gallaudet was the name of the American. He came over, and he saw Laurent Clerc, and he said, move to America with me, and let's go do that. Let's go replicate this in America. So Thomas Gallaudet says yes. They get on a boat. They sail to America. By the time they landed, Thomas Gallaudet knew rudimentary sign, and Laurent Clerc, who was like a fucking genius, knew basically had been taught English. And they set up the first school for the deaf in America.
He figured out English on a boat?
He was a genius, like a real genius, like an actual, lucky enough to have been, these circumstances in history where the perfect man at the perfect time.
Yes.
They come here, they set up this school here, and they start to create American Sign Language. And they borrowed from these different worlds, right? They took French Sign Language as the base. Martha's Vineyard, back then, had this weird genetic anomaly on the island of Martha's Vineyard. This is before it was just a place for Kennedys to fuck their mistresses. This was back when it was a fishing island. Mm-hmm. There was some weird genetic thing that had happened where over the course of hundreds of years, 1 in 25 people on Martha's Vineyard was deaf.
Whoa. And
it was this very bizarre kind of almost the equality that deaf people on Martha's Vineyard felt was almost like the opposite of what affirmative action is attempting to do, right? Affirmative action wants to correct a historic harm by changing the playing field. This was an equity of everybody was the same, because everybody on Martha's Vineyard knew either was deaf, knew a deaf person, or was related to a deaf person. So everybody, hearing and non-hearing, signed on Martha's Vineyard. It was a sign system called Martha's Vineyard Sign Language. They took some of that. They took the Plains Indian Sign Language, PISL it's called. You know that like gesture, you've seen it in like movies where the Native Americans will gesture to each other. And you think they present it as if it's like a war language so they don't have to make noise, but what it actually was all the tribes in America spoke different languages, so they created this kind of Esperanto of the tribes.
Really?
So that they could do trade, and that was called Plains Indian Sign Language. And they took all that into like kind of bouillabaisse of French Sign Language base, Martha's Vineyard chaser, and Plains Indian sprinkled on top, and they created American Sign Language. And then 100 years, 200 years later, my mother was born deaf in Oakland, California, and she went to the California School for the Deaf, and she absorbed this language. My mother was 13 when she went to the California School for the Deaf. She was in an oral school system. This is my long-winded way of telling you why deaf people have such a problem with hearing people. That language that she learned, she was in an oral school system. So almost as soon as the sign language system came out, hearing people looked at it and go, we got to get rid of that. The one thing that unlocked their freedom, the one thing that unlocked their minds, hearing people saw it and said, we have to take that away from them. We have to make them more like us. By doing the sign, they're creating more Wakanda. They're creating an insular sort of closed circuit system of culture, right? And weirdly, this was at a time in American history where those closed circuits of culture were really frowned upon.
They were frowning upon deaf people signing to each other.
It's deaf people signing to each other, Italians having their own newspapers, Chinese immigrants, at that time in American history, the idea of creating like an immigrant subculture was really frowned upon. And Alexander Graham Bell, whose parents were deaf like me, had a deaf wife. He became the champion of what was called the oral system. And the oral system was, let's not allow them to sign. Let's teach them to speak. Let's make them like us. Let's make them talk normally and function normally. Let's make them like us. But it was a crazy failure, and it makes sense why, right?
They can't hear the sounds.
They can't hear the sounds. Oliver Sacks said teaching a deaf person without sign is like teaching you Japanese from inside of a soundproof booth by holding up flashcards in Japanese and like putting a symbol next to it. It was like kind of doomed to failure. And then they went through this 200-year reimposed darkness. There was a trial where all the hearing educators decided that deaf people wouldn't sign anymore. They fired all the deaf educators and they pushed them out, and they created this oral system, which really, I mean, it worked for some people, but what it created was you had to be exceptional in order to be average in the deaf world. You know, you had to be a genius in order to get that oral system to work for you, because your natural mode of communication had been kind of stamped out. And then in about the 70s, deaf people started to like kind of rise up and say, fuck that, we're signing, this is who we are, this is our native language. And when I was born in 79, that was the world I was born into. And so from that, two sisters on a fucking corner in a slum in Paris, to that school, to Gallaudet, to a boat ride, to the Martha's Vineyard, to the California School for the Deaf, to my mother's hands, to my hands. That was the way that I acquired language. It was through this crazy historical journey. And that, to me, is the reason that when I was born into the deaf community, there was so much distrust of the hearing world, because they were like, they stole from us the one thing that gave us freedom.
That makes sense. Wow, I did not know any of that stuff. That's incredible. How does someone get to be a fake sign language interpreter and be on stage with Obama?
Was it Obama?
Oh, it's been multiple people, but there was one recently that happened.
Yeah.
But the Obama one was bananas, because this guy was totally insane, and he was standing in front of Obama just making things up.
I'll tell you how good he is. I want to see. Can I see it?
The Obama guy?
How bad the Obama guy is.
Well, I think it's just gibberish.
Dude.
I think he's just the sign language version of gibberish.
My life was going to appointments with my mother and being tasked with the job of interpreting for my mom's medical appointments, for my mom. It was like a non-consensual internship program.
Right.
Like I like her medical appointments, and then I started to get in trouble. And then the subject of the meeting would be me. It would be like a disciplinary meeting about
so
me.
you would have to explain what your mom was having a problem with you.
Or what the school system or what the Oakland Police Department, what their problem with me was.
Oh, my God.
And then you have to do this kind of interpretive dance where
Right.
you're not you can't be like, oh, we think your son is awesome, he's a cool kid, we love him, because then my mom's not stupid. She'll be like, all right, let's see how bad
so
this
here's
guy is.
guy.
Okay, well, that's not Obama.
No, that's not the one. This is the guy.
I remember that.
It's
There
the
it
same
is.
guy. It's just
Oh, this was at the Nelson Mandela Memorial.
Yeah, so
Right.
check this dude out.
this video doesn't have him with Obama.
Okay,
except
just
for
show
that
him by himself with that other gentleman. So what is he doing here, Moshe?
I am at a disadvantage, Joe, because this is South Africa, and
Right.
I do not speak South African Sign Language.
Oh,
but I remember
so there
this
is
guy.
a South African Sign Language.
I would assume every system. You want to hear something crazy? It is so not a translation of English that my mother would have a much harder time understanding a British signer than a French signer.
Whoa.
So it has nothing. It's divorced from English.
Wow.
Right?
How about
This
this one?
lady. Okay. So I can tell you that this woman is actually using sign language. This is actual sign language, but she is very bad at sign language.
Is that what it is?
Yes, those are real letters, and this is completely incomprehensible. 55 million is what she just said. I don't know what that is. Please. Announcement tonight, handcuffs.
Look, she waved her arms around like she was singing Jingle Bells. But that's not true, right? If she's doing some sign language.
Well, she's a hustler, whatever this is. But I've been to so many appointments with my mother.